What's going on? Hello, hello. Greetings to all. First, suckers. What's up, Reawakened? That's right. You were the first. No question. What are we going to do tonight? Refactoring into JS? Yeah, why not? We decided to throw out the C++, the pixel art, everything. We're just going to go into SVGs and rewrite the entire game in JavaScript. I almost went crazy like the past day. I was considering like this kind of mega refactor, and then I talked myself out of it, thankfully, and realigned with what was good. So today we're going to kind of go back to basics a little bit. We do have to refine the comment animation, but I think I'm going to warm up with something chill. Something that I want to do. Something extracurricular. Do you wanna take my picture? So, pixel art, definitely got to do also some coding. We got to do everything. We always have to do everything. What's up, Magnus? Welcome in, welcome in. That is a fantastic meteor crash, by the way. The animation is amazing. Thank you, Reawakened. Yeah, it's coming along. It needs some refinement, but it's good. But I've been really thinking about soft gradation and blurriness in pixel art, and there's something that I've been wanting to do to the trunk of the tree even before this came up, but I want to revisit the grass and the bark a little bit, and I want to do something that's more banded, a little more hardcore pixel art style. And I gotta decide whether or not I want to do this lighter background or the dark background. And the truth is, I might end up just doing both. But it looks like the dark one. Let's just build on the dark. Because I actually shortened this tree, and there's more room at the top. But I was mainly just trying to bring these branches down. But we're gonna do some refactoring to some of this pixel art here. How you guys doing? So right now, my grass, it's it's kind of noisy. And I was thinking, I want to go more like inspired by this bush, something that's more intentional and a little less chaotic. Because I've been realizing with pixel art, a lot of times people want to see something that's very simple. Something that has it allows for a lot of space. Because when you see a lot of detail, especially when you're looking at nature, there's just like an intense amount of data. And it's relentless data, basically. But in pixel art, part of what makes it so nostalgic and chill is the fact that it distills that data into like big, open, solid colors and simplicity. And I think I want to go back to that a little bit. So I want to redo the bark a little bit, and I want to redo the grass. So just subtle changes, not like an overhaul. But I want to get away from the noise approach and get more into like the intentional approach. It'll make sense as I start working on it. But I'm going to be reworking the tree a little bit and the grass. And I think I'm going to start with the grass. It's going to be interesting, but we need proper inspiration here. We need the proper music to inspire us. Yes. I want these. Just gotta find the proper music here for a second. And then we will dive in. Just moving some songs real quick on this massive playlist. This may take a second. So actually yesterday I was going through the database and I started bringing balance into the gameplay a little bit. And I also brought in the automatic dealing of the card to really start to map out the feel of the way the game is actually going to play. And it's certainly starting to get interesting. Okay, here we are. That's a part of the grass where the ground enemy units are walking is probably needs to be not too distracting or detailed. What's up, Tyrino? Everything's going good, man. Welcome in. Hope you guys are having a good week. Also, they are walking on it, so it would make sense that the grass there looks more stepped on. I'd say it looks plenty stepped on now, as in like it's pretty noisy, a lot of detail. because I was going more for a texture as opposed to like a more intentional approach. But I'll tell you what came later is this leaf style. This style came much later. It evolved out of countless iterations, and I just eventually fell into something that was like more sharper, and then just the way that it's blended. And so I want to do something like this on the grass a little bit around the edges, and then I also want to take away some of the noise. So we're going to go back to basics in a way. I will be using this color scheme more or less, but we're going to be kind of like redoing it a little bit. So at first I'm going to take away these leaves. But we're going to label it. As always, we got to clean stuff up. Okay, so I'm going to leave the base there, but I'm going to basically color over it and see if we can't create something more intentional. So this will be interesting. So initially I'm going to just start out okay. That's good. That's good. Glad to hear. I hope you're doing good too, my friend. What's up, Coden? Yeah, we're just getting warmed up here. So, yeah, this is like, it's kind of like a back to basics. So I'm going to grab that color. I'm going to put in an intermediary layer here that's going to help kind of dim the prior work here so that I can differentiate easily. It's going to get a little bit fugly. How y'all doing? Adding some juicy stuff to the game. Yeah, I'm reworking the grass here. So we're doing a little bit of a Bob Ross moment. Gonna going to be working on some scenery for a little bit. Because what I've been feeling lately, because I've just been doing research on... Actually, I was considering whether or not it was legitimate to actually add different pixel densities visually, because there were certain things... I'm already introducing a different pixel density for the card interface for the font, because I needed to allow for more basically a higher resolution so that the font would render easily when it, especially with the translated text, because making a font for every single language was out of the question, considering I wouldn't even know how to do that for most languages, let alone make it like a stylized pixel art thing. So I already made an English version that worked really well at the like really small size. But anyways, so like in researching this, I actually found there's other games that do mix pixel densities a little bit. And like Dead Cells, and I was even looking at like Shredder's Revenge. I saw they're like mixing their densities a little bit. I feel like every game does it like slightly depending on the certain scenarios. But ultimately it was just bringing a lot of like just the general idea, like the general approach to pixel art into question, you know, like how to do it properly, how to not abandon it, you know, to go too far, and how there's like purists out there that are like, if you get too mixed and too weird, like people are getting sensitive about there being like blur, and like even with the particle system having a little bit too much detail potentially. And basically all of that school of thought, all of that thinking was bringing about what I was going to do about potentially bringing back some simplicity to the design, trying to simplify things. And so that's why I'm coming into the grass, and I'm thinking, yeah, I do want to simplify some stuff, because I think I've deviated from that a little bit. I think in parts of it are designed well in that respect, but ultimately I started to deviate in other areas, and I want to kind of rein it back in and see what happens. So I want to bring in some of that simplicity, and I have decided that like I don't want to mix pixel densities, except for with the one exception of the text. The text can have a different pixel density than everything else. That's okay, because first and foremost, when it comes to text, it needs to be legible. It just has to be legible, no question. What's up, lol? Giga Chad Game Dev learns all languages to localize the fonts. Can be self-made. Yeah, right, dude. Yeah, I'm not. I'm trying to not go too far with it, you know. We don't want to like promise something that would be really too difficult to deliver. I just need to be able to tap into like a ready-made font, which is what I've done. And it's complicated things, but in one respect, but it's also made things easier in other respects. So it's like a give and take. So I'm a little bit winging this. I have some like mental inspirations for this, but so I want to try to introduce some simplicity to it. But just kind of winging it to see how it feels. Purists are few but very vocal. They aren't making your game though. There are some guidelines and rules. Retro inspired games, but it's not set in stone. I agree that it's not set in stone, and that ultimately you can make anything work. You know, it's actually like a rule that I used to use for writing music that literally it's something I tell myself to alleviate pressure, which is literally anything is a song, you know, like any two notes strung together is a song. So like it's a game, you know, regardless, it's a pixel art game, regardless of what I do here. But it's also a matter of, you know, when you're designing something, you have to cultivate your taste, and you start to figure out what you like about pixel art in general, and what you see other artists do, and what you do, and what you can actually like execute on. And I find myself wanting to go back to this simplicity a little bit, just to see, because I it's not really changing necessarily. It's just more going in with an intentional approach. Because what I did initially, and no one even commented about that. This is like a personal thing, you know, like this grass thing. I just like wanted to experiment with doing a more intentional grass and getting a little bit away from the texture noise thing and get more into like that, just try to bring in a little bit of simplicity to see how it feels. And the reason I'm going for this is because I want it to have that nostalgic feel. You know, I want it to be immersive, and you have to have some continuity with it. And so that's what I think I abandoned a little bit as I've been experimenting with these new backgrounds, is my continuity has been stretched between different concepts. Because, you know, when you draw something 100 times in a row and you're focusing on different areas as you go, eventually there's certain techniques that you're using that you didn't use the whole time that is going to kind of like scatter the continuity a little bit. And so basically I'm trying to bring it together. And this is just for me. It's like one of those things, it's like one of those changes that I don't think anyone, like, I don't even know if it would necessarily matter to somebody else, but to me it does. But anyways, it's kind of my reasoning. But the whole concept of like, don't drastically make changes or just be totally reactive to criticism generally is good advice. I mean, I think you should hold to your principles, and I think that's good. But the whole point of this game for me is to establish my design approach, you know, like how I want my pixel art style to be. And you know, it's this ebb and flow process. It's not like set in stone. It's just this moving thing. Like the game will continue to evolve until it's released. Like it'll just be changing constantly. And then once I release it, I'll have to like hold to what it is, you know, like, so really the only thing that's like gonna prevent it from continuing to be iterated on is to be out. But I have to do my best to start like holding fast to concepts that I can build on instead of like restarting stuff over and over. So this is pretty spiky. I don't know if it's too spiky, if I like, but we'll see once the shading comes in. See how I want to approach that. Could avoid it by maybe making the leaves a little bit larger. Something I already love about it is the draping leaves look over the edge. Definitely gives it a flavor that I like. Intel, thank you for the follow. Gonna check that out. Never heard of it. A-Sprite? Yeah, A-Sprite's legit. Indeed, it is A-Sprite. Yes. Yeah, Insignia's coming along. It looks really good. Adam has very good design sense for sure. You don't even know how you do text without a different pixel density other than very big chunky. Well, I have a font that pulls it off, but it's only in English. You know, like I could do it, but I decided that I don't want to be creating, since I want to do translations, that I don't want to be creating a text, a font for each language, you know, because that's what it would take, or just like really dedicating a lot of research to getting a font that can be that small. But even the fonts that I found for like English, I still had to like modify them to work at a smaller size. Okay, let's create a dirt look. Definitely like the little stones. Okay, so now we have something simple so far, and we have to decide what details I'm gonna add while trying to keep them kind of simple. Somehow game dev explanations are like telling stories about a fantasy world. It's quite soothing. Maybe because you're also a dev and can imagine the thought process. Yeah, for sure. It's a journey, man. There's a lot of back and forth and changes and stuff that come about. Okay, I'm gonna try dirt a little bit more monochromatic here. So I want to create something kind of simple for the dirt. I'm just gonna start with something basic. Just little like crevices here. This could be like the little indentations from footsteps and stuff. I actually haven't really thought about the dirt too much yet, so I probably need to like do something more intentional with that. But for now, I'm wondering if the what's up, prophets? And for today's story, children, allow me to tell you how my latest commit crashed your Cape server. No, that's not good. Well, at least it is on Git, and you can just roll back. Like, I made a change to the my code last night. I was trying to introduce the card BGs to the text layer to help align the animations, which is something we'll probably work on today, potentially. Maybe. But I felt like they didn't align super well. And I wanted something tighter. So I need to do that to probably bring them together. And anyways, my point was that when I did the change initially, my initial approach was like a pretty blind like recoding, and it like totally broke everything. So I just checked out all the 3 files that I changed and just rolled back and decided to do a more safer approach. Just makes things a little easier when you've got everything on a repository. You can do experimentations. Sometimes you just have to go kind of haywire and like just really like make a branch and just go crazy, doing like a very destructive approach to something, just to kind of vibe, to see if it's what feels right. Which is actually what I did yesterday. I was like driving myself crazy, like really stressed out, thinking about potentially messing with the ink density of the game a little bit more, and making like overarching design decisions like that can be stressful because it represents like a truckload of work, and thankfully I was able to come back to what my core pixel art approach is, which is keeping things at 480 by 270 and just dedicating to making it work, you know? And of course the only exception is the text, but that's, I think, understandable generally. But I was able to resolve the approach and think of, just basically reforming my confidence in what I was doing. And then I took a bath with some Epsom salts so I could relax. You know, anytime you stress yourself out, you should probably take a little break so you can come back to center. So I want to do like these leaf shapes everywhere, but not like absolutely everywhere. I want there to be some simplicity in the middle. But where it's already like simpler than it was before is before it's like we're just doing kind of this general noise. So there's kind of like amorphous blob everywhere of like kind of noise to give like the essence, the feeling of nature, of texture. But what I'm approaching now is like doing a very intentional shape for everything, but at the same time trying not to go too far with it, so that in itself is like the initial step to making it simple, although there's still like quite a bit of detail, but it's more like it's easier for the eye to relax on kind of like a set pattern, you know? Kind of get away from like the camo feel a little bit. And I already know that I love like the look of these leaves because the way that it worked up on the tree. So, but it's a matter of how can I distill this down into like grass type texture. So it can't be like super thick necessarily. Like big old bushes, you know, like we want it to be kind of flatter. So that's why I want to kind of leave a little bit in the middle and then try to maybe just do it around the edge a little bit here. And then I'll add like another layer as well. But yeah, it's a process, yeah. Good morning, nice voice. Thanks, Apex. Welcome in. Just drawing some leaves. Well, really, grassy, leafy grass. Trying a new style here. And then we'll drive it home by redoing the bark on the tree a little bit. Just getting rid of the soft gradient that's there and turning it more into like a banded gradient. So like the shape of the tree will be the same, but like where this gradation goes, basically bring it back to a solid color and then reintroduce gradation through hard shape, which I think that's what I originally did. And only recently I was like, oh hell, I want the trees like feeling flat, based on like the old coloring that was there. And I just didn't use enough highlights at the time. I just went for the soft gradient to help make it more 3D, but at the same time I'm like, I don't know, it kind of broke the illusion a little bit. It's subtle, but it's something I've been wanting to go back on for a while here. But yeah. I personally love like drawing these leaves. It's very it's an enjoyable process. Question is, am I gonna like come up with like kind of like a subtle thing in the middle here? So it's definitely bringing it back a little more to the retro a little bit, you know? I'm gonna just experiment. There's no wrong answers, just experimentations we can analyze at a later time. So I'm probably only going to do 2 layers of leaves. So we'll do like this lighter layer, which I might darken actually a little bit. And then we'll do this probably like lighter color over it again for just some highlight leaves. Give a little depth. And then we'll come back with a little occlusion shadow. Subtle, simple. And then I think I might do a little research on like the dirt, see if there's something I want to try based on some reference, because I want something simple, but I don't have dirt queued up in my brain. So I'm gonna need a little help. An intentional structure, simple pattern for the dirt. That is not noise like I did before. You know, I want something more with more intent. Okay. So that's kind of the initial approach. Let's keep this green and let's darken this one a little bit. A little bit more saturation there. Get slightly more subtle with it. So you can see I kind of dampened it down a little bit. And then I'm going to do a layer over top, bringing back that brighter color. So it's going to be very subtle, which I think is good for grass. You know, you don't want it to be too crazy, too poppin'. Art style is ever evolving. One of the best things about drawing. Oh yeah. I mean, it's the foundation of design to like find what's good, you know, what feels right. And for me, it's just a bunch of experimentation. Till it happens. Till it comes together. These colors might be too close to each other, maybe. This first one's to establish the approach, and then we will just iterate on the rest of it consistently. But we'll come up with a leaf approach, and then we will do a dirt approach next before we propagate. A little here, a little there. But welcome in, guys. I know it's very, at least around America, very cold right now. I did some laundry before I streamed today, and as one of my traditions that I carried over from when I would do laundry when I had my cat, Savvy, one thing she used to love was when I would take fresh laundry and I would spread it out all over the bed and I'd start folding it, and she'd bring her hairy ass straight up to the fresh laundry, and she would love to just lay in the heated laundry, warm laundry. So now, in her memory, I always cover myself in a warm pile of laundry, fold it up, while watching Star Trek Next Generation. And I think of the good times. Toasty warm. 12 degrees? That sounds pretty cold, Prophets. Pretty damn cold there, sir. What are you, crazy? All right. Should I go opposite? Like, add here. This is going to be an experimentation layer. This is a maybe approach before we do occlusion. That maybe I'll do. Oh, for the first time, Snuggie? Enjoy. I've watched it many times. I enjoy Next Gen. It's good stuff. I don't know. Whenever I program and stuff, I tend to like to watch nerdy stuff like that. Like engineers and, you know, programmers and scientists working on something on a show. So I don't know if I want to do that. Leave the occlusion. So let's not do that for now. And let's add the occlusion for sure. We'll have occlusion here. I was kind of thinking. Been 0 to 4. Damn, son. Today's 7, so much warmer. Cold, cold, but not cold enough to play pond hockey. Damn. 250 now for 18 eggs. I'm about to buy some chickens. Yeah, I'm like currently taking a break from buying eggs. Trying to do my part. Refusing to buy eggs until they come back to a reasonable price. Because we know how it works, that if people buy at a certain price, then they get greedy. And they're like, look, they can afford it. So let's charge that all the time. It's whatever. It's like they can charge that extra price and try to get like a few other people to get into it. But like, I used to have like at least 3 eggs a day. I'd buy like 2 dozen every time I'd go, and now I just stopped for the past like month. So now they're losing on all that money from me. So hopefully there's enough people that come together and do it. Roof rakes for $350. Like a year ago, I went vegan for 3 months just to experience the diet and to prove that it was possible. And it is, but it's really hard. And I learned a lot about how to get all the nutrition you need from like not animal sources, you know, from plant-based. And it's quite easy. But like the knowledge for it's easy. To actually execute and consistently eat that way, I think you got to get really used to it. And but one of the things you learn is that you don't need to eat complete proteins. You just need to eat all the assorted amino acids throughout the day. You don't have to eat it all at the same time. You know how like they say like beans and rice together are a complete protein? Well, you can eat beans in the morning and rice in the evening, and your body would then create a complete protein from it, for instance. And there's also just buy chicken directly. You know, it's like chicken is still reasonably priced, right? So just buy the chicken itself and then just eat chicken instead of the egg. It's kind of funny, like how is the egg more expensive than the chicken itself? It's kind of like fucking ridiculous. But anyways. Do, do, do. So. All right, that's a grass so far. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. Come back with a fresh look. I'll be right back.
Come on. Come on.
I am back. Procrastinating Frog, thank you for the follow and for Vlad as well. Welcome in, guys. Welcome. I'm gonna take like a quick snack break here. I got the rumbly in my tumbly. And got a little bit of leftover Chipotle here. So it's gonna get messy. But I only got like a little bit here. Quarter of a burrito left. Not much. Definitely think the grass is in a better direction, but I'm not quite sure that I've fully got what I want. So we keep experimenting. Okay. So what I've concluded is that so I'm going to do like another, I'm going to try a similar approach, but I'm going to do another batch and I'm going to leave that one. And I'm going to do bigger leaves and I'm going to try to approach the whole thing differently. Excuse me. Try to be more, start with the darks and then build to the lights. Make it more similar to like the leaves on the tree, which I've noticed it's like I went really small with the grass. And I think initially I was thinking, since it's grass, it's got to be tiny, but I think it's going to get more, have better impact if it's slightly larger. And so that'll be my next approach. So just a few adjustments to the approach. So I might end up like redoing the one I just did. But if I do this new approach, which I don't know whether or not I'll like it, but if I do, it'll be a little faster, because if the leaves are bigger, then there's like less like minute detail. Have some sunflower seeds. Or have like a biscotti. Be good. This tea feels nice on my fingers. Let's refocus. We'll probably come up. We got to touch up the tail on the meteor strike, but so far I'm pretty happy with the meteor strike. We'll pause that. So I'm going to try to do another batch of grass. I'll use the same coloring more or less, but I'm going to try to get more of this effect, this look. So I'm going to go for bigger leaves, and I'm going to start from dark to brightest. Sorry, a little music change there. Fast Icon, what's going on? Bob Ross said today? Yeah. Yeah, big time Bob Ross today. Trying to come up with a new grass look. And so I'm kind of experimenting right now. Seeing what happens. It's how I do, generally just experimental. Hopefully something good comes. But I'm realizing like this approach, I'm getting the bigger leaves, but I kind of want to do something where I have like little shapes in the middle. So then I need to find a way to do like big leaves just on the edge. But I'm still going to flesh this idea out just to see. There's not much further here. It's all in an effort to simplify the grass in a way. But it's going to take a little doing. Can't just settle on the first thing that falls out of my hand, but watching your process amazes me. It always ends up way different than it starts, in a good way. Happy little accidents, yeah. That's how I roll. I'm just one happy accident away from it being great. I'm trying to like integrate the tree leaf style into a grass form, and it's going to need a little bit of a different spin.
Come on.
Blitzray, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Got work to do. We've done 2 different styles so far. So I like the original, but the bigger leaves make sense. I feel like they have to come together somehow. So slightly bigger leaves, but still just stuff for the edge. A lot less edge detail. Back from lunch. How's the Bob Rossing going? Pretty good. Trying to find that style. So far I got the 2 different grass types, and I'm going for a third that's kind of like slight combination of both, leaning more to the original here. I like the flat patches of grass with like the little flourishes in the middle, so I have to perfect the edge. So that's what I'm trying to do, is come up with a satisfying edge that isn't overdone, not too small, not too much. It's gotta be just right. It's Goldilocks. That's why we iterate. That's why we experiment, making little changes each time. Trying to find the sweet spot. You look good. Thank you. Appreciate it, Todd. Looks quite nice. Okay, let's add these. Biz. What's going on, man? Welcome to our Bob Ross stream here. We're just bobbing around. How was your stream? How's your week going? Practicing, trying to figure out what style I'm gonna do for the grass here. That's kind of a get rid of that hard line, but let me get you your SO. What's going on? It was a stream. Well, thank goodness. Thank goodness. There's your SO, pixel artist extraordinaire. Make sure and give Biz a follow. You're trying to make a logo title font for the game. You suck at it. Making fonts is really tough for sure. What's up, Goose? Good to see ya, Goose. Let's break up that line. I want to see that line. Trying to come up with my grass style here. Probably should get some sleep. I have school at 10 p.m. Have fun, everyone. Goose, thank you for hanging out, man. 2 weeks later, you think you found a limitation to your current skill set? Man, when you're making a game, I don't think it takes long to hit your ceiling, because the demands, the amount of things you have to do, it's all over the place. So you're like, yeah, I need this, I need that. I can't do this, I can't do that. Fuck. So you learn and you dive in. You try to become excellent at it immediately. But it's all a process. You stick with it. We all believe in you, Biz. We all believe. Except for Goose Fat. Goose Fat doesn't believe. He's got to go to school. You just tough it out and learn, but time restrictions, right? Yeah, true. You got to make time choices. Got to decide. There's only so much you can do. It's quite valid. So it's a chill day. Just trying to sort this out and enjoying a little peace. So I went really simple with it. Kind of missed those extra highlights. Let's see. Potat, what's up? Hello. Hi. I think you're writing Russian. We only know to speak English, but hello, just the same. Greetings. I wish I understood. So I'm trying to take out some of the detail a little bit. He said, why do I forget to change the language when I watch Americans? Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, all are welcome. Russian, but you know English? Well, I have done a basic Russian translation for the game. So in the future, I'd love to hear some feedback about it. See whether or not I need to modify any of the Russian translation. Make sure it's good. English is hard. Yeah, I bet. You know what? No. I don't want to go too far with that. Since I stream at like through the middle of the night here in America, usually we get a lot of international people from all over hanging out and chat, which I think is pretty damn cool. Oh shit. What's up, Moat? How do I go about tackling large pieces? I just continuously iterate. But it can't be arbitrary, you know, like you have to, at a certain point, need to start holding to a certain foundation. But a lot of times I'll just be experimenting. Trying to find what's appealing about it to me. The goal with today's approach is try to find a simplified form of the grass. Do you limit yourself to a certain color palette, or do you use as much colors as I want? I typically do use as much colors as I want, but the reason why I'm redoing this grass, this is how I had the grass before, and I was going for more of like a general kind of texture and with faceless detail, so that you can kind of just get the vibe of grass without actually holding on to particular detail. So it's just more like, initially I was going for kind of like a noise, and like, instead of doing that, I'm trying a more intentional approach to simplify things. So basically, I'm currently trying to restrict the color palette a little bit more and simplify things so that I give the eye more chance to break. Because I think that's what creates more of the nostalgic vibe in pixel art is when you have like blocks of just like pure color and it's no detail. It's very simple. But then when you do see detail, it's interesting and pixel style, right? Pixel look. But there's a lot of visual breaks, like just those solid spans of color. And that's why I'm going for like the center of the grass is now just simple green. But then like the edges have like all the detail that kind of give it the texture while it gives the visual break with the simplicity in the middle. I'm experimenting with it because I feel like I got away from that, especially with this kind of like noisy approach. And I'd been doing that for a while. And it's pleasant to me, but I've just decided recently that I'm going to be, the past few days, I was just like really kind of digging in, thinking about it a lot. And I just am experimenting with something a little more with that visual space. And so this is my first attempt at it. And I'm still honing in. As you can see, like this one I feel like doesn't have enough detail. This one has a little too much. So I'm trying to bring them together. So I'm trying to eliminate detail from this one. And then like I need to add more detail on this one. Speaking of which, I should probably just do a little of that right now. But like subtle detail, not like huge attention grabbing detail. But it's just like the aesthetic that I want to try to go for. And I think when you're making nature generally, it can be as complicated as you want it to be. There's so much data that goes into a forest scene, So it's like easy to get carried away with trying to make it feel like it's capturing as much detail as possible. And so I'm like, now I'm going back and just trying to distill it, trying to like strip it of detail to simplify it, A lot of blocks of color, you recall, was due to block encoding to save memory. Yeah, but it's part of the nostalgia, right? It's like what we like about it. It's what I generally like about pixel art that I see. That is, if it can tastefully implement a lot of those visual breaks, a lot of those solid colors without it feeling like it's cheating or anything, like there can be too much detail in a photo, And that's basically how I feel right now. It's like that texture is like needless, excessive detail that I'm trying to see if I can just do without it. I agree. The noise approach doesn't look bad. It's just I'm going for a different aesthetic. It's just like design choices. So it's all subjective. And so I'm experimenting. Maybe I'll like this a little bit more. Yeah, they're darting, trying to take in all the details. See, that's exactly my point is like, but when you look at this, you're like, you look at it from far away, you can take in detail if you want, like around the edges. But if you just kind of want to chill, you can look in the center. But generally, it's just going to kind of fade to the back of your mind. And as long as it feels chunky and good, I still have to do something for the dirt. So the dirt's still like too solid of a color. But I thought that block alignment is why some modern attempts don't capture the vibe, because it places more restrictions on comp. It's all choice. Yeah, it's all about design and aesthetic, and part of it is capturing the nostalgic vibe of what was. But like, for instance, on the tree, you can see here that I did a gradient that's like really soft, and I'm gonna go back and take that out because that's like too much. There's too much of a mix. So I want it to be a harsher banded look, more like this tree, for instance. This tree is just like blocks of color, And I want it to feel more like that. There's no clean like gradient here. It's all just like chunks of color, but it's more the pixel art vibe that I would like to capture. Something that's keeps it simple in essence, and essentially I'm just trying not to make too much of a mix. So, but I was experimenting with like, well, what if I just put a gradient on this thing just to make it feel more rounded? And now I'm just like, I feel like it's clashing. I want to go back to something that's more simple. So I'm going to redo that. And it's just how I work. I just put stuff up and I experiment, see how I feel. I'm just like, I put it together and then I just look at it for a while. And then I eventually form an opinion about it. I can't always just initially know what I want, but, I've been feeling like I want to do more for the grass for a while. Like this was just kind of like a very simple attempt, and this is more of like an intentional, you know, and it was born from these leaves that I did in the tree. Once I came up with this leaf style, I was like, yeah, I want to do something more like that for the grass in some form. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is find a way. Excuse me. Just trying to find a way to like make it work as a grass, not just a leaf. It's tricky because it can't be as much detail and it's not as like thick, you know? So yeah, I'm just kind of playing around with it. Gotta find that that middle amount of detail that works but isn't too much. Do some Justin Bell. If you throw an 8x8 or something soft grid overlay on your piece and align stuff a bit so that it helps a lot, thinking in blocks gives you a lot of the vibe. Oh, I see. So you're saying like treat it more like a tile set. So that's one thing that I'm not doing. So here's the thing: is like this is like the one level. I'm doing, there's going to be 4 seasons, but it's essentially the same level that you're going to, like the first 10 levels, it's like the same level. And then it goes to a new season that's like, so basically overall there's like 4 levels, not a great variety of levels. And so I figured since I'm not doing a massive map, a massive level, that I might as well just do all the detail by hand. Just to give it like a lot to take in over time, you know? But now I find myself wanting to dial back some of the detail. But I think there is strength in trying to make it look more like a tile set, making it look more grid oriented, sure. But yeah, I mean, I think where that would like really differ from how I'm approaching it is the fact that every single box has to resolve on the same places, and I'm just randomly like stitching together all these details. So I know there's a way to like work with tile systems to do that more so it looks like very very different, you know, but anyways, I'm just going at it, not strictly just to help. It's not a bad suggestion. It's like my TikTok chat is constantly like refreshes or something. Always makes me think someone's chatting there. Those of you chilling on TikTok, thank you for lurking. Feel free to give a follow on my TikTok to I'm trying to do like a short a week, but I've been slacking. Technically, he is already using square guides, 1x1 pixel squares. Yeah, my pixel grid is very tiny. What's TikTok? I'm simultaneously streaming to YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch all at the same time. Twitch is kind of my main gig here, but since I'm slacking on making shorts on TikTok, I'm just like, might as well go do lives. So at least I have something. But the lives don't save on TikTok. You just gotta... It's either you're there or you're not. At least I don't think they... I'm not sure if they shave or not, actually. Not too aware. I'm still... This is like my third TikTok live. But I've been doing Twitch streams for like 5 years, so... It's not my first stream rodeo. That's for damn sure. So let's like revisit the dirt. Sure, there's no green business. Okay. Can go for the cracked look, but that doesn't make much sense. I do tend to like it though. Damn, the tree's all broken up. Hey Matis, thanks for pulling up the wish list. So I'm gonna create more texture here if I can, but do it old school. Hello, Alexia. Well, I'm happy I could oblige. Hoping you're having a good week. How am I doing? I'm pretty good. Just trucking along. Yesterday I was feeling stressed out, but I stuck with it and I took a nice bath. I took a Epsom salt bath. Sometimes you just gotta kick back. Nope. No. Okay. I'm pretty locked in today. Big focus, Bob Ross Day. That emote is good. I like it. Oops. Night Hunter, what's going on? I think I need to look up a reference for the dirt, pixel art dirt. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Love the visuals of the game. It's a lot of beautiful art. Will there be wallpapers to put on the PC? It's not a bad idea. Should probably make some. So that's like the cracked look, but let's go. You have to keep doing things. Well, thank you for lurking and hanging out, Alexia. Yeah, today we're doing just the Bob Ross thing. We're just chilling, doing a lot of art. Not a lot of I'm not blabbing so much. Sometimes I am. But yeah, enjoy your lurk. Get your things done. I'm here to vibe out with ya. No need. Oh, interesting. So that is the dark part.
Come on.
Shock, thank you for the follow. You be sharing your skills, my pleasure. How long have I been doing this? A couple years. I've been doing traditional art for a lot longer, but digital arts, it's been like about 3 years, 2, 3 years.
Come on.
Zaba, thank you for the follow. Gunsling, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Reading your C++ book, then you're going to read about Lua. Nice. And good luck with your journeys. I recommend this one for C++. It's by Straustrup. And it's C++ 11, but there's a lot of stuff in here that's pretty good. I like it. It's a big one. Big boy. Big boy. That's why you need C++ and Lua. I see. It's a journey, not for the meek of heart. Only the brave and the smart will find success, but it is for those who will take it. I think it took me like a couple years before I felt really solid with C++. Honestly, I'm still have things to learn, but should always be learning something. Planning on going to school? One-on-one game dev? Nice. Game dev is a beautiful marriage of every skill under the sun. Indie game dev must be easier now with LLMs that tell you how to make everything. ChatGPT. Be careful about such things. You don't want to become overly dependent. But as a tool, why not? Supplemental to your process. Because honestly, it's just a glorified search engine. It's like anything you ask it, it's just going to look through all the internet data it's scraped for the answer, you know? So it's in all likelihood, you're going to be getting your answer from a human source, just regurgitated via AI. Just hopefully a really smart human. But yeah, you want to also be cultivating your own resourcefulness. Understanding the fundamentals of what you're trying to do. But I mean, you're right. I think LLMs can help boost your intelligence in a way. Help you go farther than you did. And also help you like stay unstuck, you know? If you ever get like hung on something. But it's something we all got to get used to. People are getting deeper and deeper bought into it, so.
Come on.
Victor, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You'll definitely need them because there are barely any guides. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's a good enough reason. It's looking beautiful. Thank you, Stevie. Appreciate you. Trying to get a new grass and dirt combo here that feels good. Here was the old one. It was more texture oriented, more noisy. And then I was like, I want to do something more simplified, something with a little more visual rest. So if anything, it's like I'm just starting to strip away detail at this point. I want it to be as simple as I can manage, which is generally hard because like my nature style, even in pixel art, is like too much detail. So I'm trying to cultivate a new style here. Feels right. Ba-ba-dum.
Come on.
Jesus, thank you for the follow. It's a deck builder game. It is. Here I can show you the game actually. I have to build it though. It's building. It's building! Build. As I like to say, build Bo Baggins. Yes, yes. Takes a second to build. All right, so initially you're going to be dealt 3 cards. So I'm just going to deal myself 3 cards here. And then after that, every, I think it's about every 15 seconds, you'll be getting a card. So it's kind of like a speed card game. So you're given cards and then you got to be building up your defenses. So it's a tower defense card game. And you have to survive based on what you're given. And if they hit the tree directly, you're dead. And you can use like repeat cards to upgrade other ones. And when you kill enough dudes, you get a special, like an AoE. Let's see, what am I gonna do? You can also like spend a little extra and upgrade stuff early without cards, but it's cheaper to do it with the cards. And let's see, this one's about to die. Oh shit, he got it. No, he didn't. All right. So when you upgrade stuff, it heals it. Oh, we got a trap. I recently moved all the nodes to be closer so that you can see all the nodes in one screen. The trap doesn't really act as a defense very well. Wait a second. Did I just pause it? Anyways, I don't know what just happened there, but I'm still working on it. I actually last night just put in the auto deal. So the auto dealing, so that it's probably a little faulty. It looks like it paused it. Must have hit a special, but then like served a card at the same, like a single card at the same time. But here, let me show you the specials real quick. So like when you've killed enough dudes, you get 3 cards dealt to you, and you know, you pick the one that you want to do. Currently none of these are built. Let's see, let me pull up. Raging Roots is the only one that I have that's actually built. Let's see, so then you get like the AoEs like this. They're a little more expensive, but they do damage to absolutely everyone. Like that one did damage to all like ground units. And so yeah, it's a work in progress. I'm trying to get like enough assets and get the demo together. Need a new morning coffee game? I usually play Fairy Tale Fables, which is an auto battler deck builder in the mornings. You have a stupid amount of hours into that game. Well, yeah, I'd love your input on, you know, how to make this game as fun as possible. I'm trying to like make it so that like you're just dealt cards as you go, and it just, you know, you just kind of build up your defenses based on what you're given. Then you kind of just watch what happens for a little bit. And you can still kind of heal stuff and upgrade stuff. Otherwise, you're just kind of waiting for cards to be dealt and trying to make the right decisions to survive. You come bearing a pretty good pun. But before that, I have a favor I need to ask you. Mothman, could you please be left Mozart? Because I'll be right back. Sure. I'm glad to hear, Stevie. It's still a work in progress. Like right now I'm trying to rework the grass graphics, you know, like the ground and also the bark texture. So I'm just doing a little bit of pixel art stuff. And then also I was working on, this is another AoE that's not fully built yet. Oh, it's better with the shake. Let's do the one with the screen shake. And this one isn't fully refined yet, but this is like the Meteor Storm card. And it's going to be multiple meteors hitting. It's not just going to be one. This is just as far as I've gotten in terms of animating it. So you get like different AoE cards and different Arcana cards, which are different schools of magic. Like this is from the Fire School of Magic. So you got Fire, Frost, Shadow, and then Earth is pretty much all that's built right now. So that's why all the cards are like green. And but more to come. It's all work in progress. Nice effect. Did you hand paint frames? I did. I did everything. There is a particle engine inside the game, but you know, I did a lot of the pixel art myself. I did like 98% of the pixel art, and there's like that 2% of like the particle engine, like the hover effect and stuff. What's up, Karani? Welcome in. So impressed. Thanks, Stevie. Mothman, I just realized your whole name is Mothman Ate My Butt. Great name. Thank you for the good vibes. So let's get back to some grass. So I'm still just kind of refining this grass, trying to find the style, the steez. And I found that the more I simplify it, the happier I feel about it. And I want to add like a little shadow. Do respective colors. Shave. Interesting animation here. Wonder how it works underneath to get it in the game. Yeah, so there's the backgrounds image for the meteor storm. So that's like comes in as a separate sprite. Then there's the meteors, which with the crater and the meteor are one animation. I'm actually gonna have to separate it though. The meteors are gonna have to be underneath, and the meteor, the crater underneath, the meteor on top. So the meteor will like overlap all the characters, and then the meteor will be on the ground. So the characters will be standing on the meteor or a hole. The crater. Sorry, I think I'm getting tired. You're gonna make a Pong game? Nice. Well, good luck with that. There's a tutorial for Palm game. That's a good place to start. Hell yeah. Sounds good, Gunslinger. Get your focus on. We're here to just work and get shit done. 100%. That's why you'll find all of my music, pretty much 99% of the music on this playlist has no lyrics, just instrumental stuff, so it's easier to focus. Popped out for a bit when you started in the grass earlier. Looks so good. Thank you, Josek. Appreciate you. As someone who makes games themselves, which game have you played where you were like, how the fuck did they put all the time or put this all together so well? Yeah, like there's a lot of games. Like Pocky and Rocky, Reshrined. And obviously Metal Slug. It's always a classic, amazing pixel art. Shredder's Revenge, I think they did a really great job. They popped off for Shredder's Revenge. And Wizard of Legends, for me, is a classic that I love. Definitely a big inspiration for me. I'm playing through the Blasphemous series. Those are like some solid Renaissance level pixel art. All right, I think this is about it. This is about, let's just add some shadow on these guys, and then we got to do the other side. We got to do this side. So we only did one side so far, but we've established the style, and the other side will go faster because we actually know what we want to do now. And it took a little experimenting to establish it, but we got it. We're there. So is there some kind of JSON or something with sprite positions that a sprite makes? No. Actually, maybe they might generate that, but I don't use that. I structure my A sprites. I mean, there's really only a few ways to structure an A sprite, but you can export a sprite sheet quite easily. But I have not looked into whether or not they include data with that, because I just run it. I have a class written in C++ that just looks at, I just say what the sprite size is, and I give it, and it analyzes the width of the sprite, the whole image, with the size of the sprite that I feed it. And I also specify whether it's a multi-column thing, so if it needs to wrap around. And it just analyzes and inputs all the sprite sheet information. And then I have a database where I say the idle animation is frame 0 to 18 and the attack animation is, 19 to 20, like stuff like that. It's my sprite map, as I call it. So I kind of pieced it together myself. And I'm not using any JSON. I actually just use a SQLite database. which my my good buddy convinced me to do, as opposed to something like JSON. So doing the database thing, which I've really am happy that I did that, because it's been really useful, really easy to switch stuff around and experiment with things. But yeah, it's been a beautiful thing. I like database. Hey, Whiskey Tago on YouTube chat. Let's go. Hello. How you doing, man? What's up, Wibby? What's good? Marzen, how you doing, my friend? What game engine am I using? I am not using a game engine. I have written my own engine in C++, and I'm using STL2 for as a graphics library. I did bring in a particle engine that was just open source, and I've modified it slightly, but other than that, all the other 25,000 lines of code I've written myself. So yeah, I wrote it myself. Look at all that delicious C++. Gorgeous. When are you expecting to release Woods of War? Wibby, I am hoping to release it towards the end of this year. That's the goal. And I'm hoping to have a demo in the next few months. So yeah, kind of the light goal. Sooner the better. Doing well, brother. Thank you. Whiskey. Glad to hear it. C++, super awesome. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, we love our C++ here. Okay, so we've gotten a little bit of dirt done here. I think I've established the grass style. Let's make sure that these rocks are properly integrated here. see over here. It's probably enough. Honestly, these rocks could be cleaned up a little bit. They've survived many iterations. They've taken on a life of their own. I'll come back to the rocks. We got to do the dirt on the other side. Dirt and the grass. Dirt and grass and grass and dirt. You've definitely got this. Thanks, man. Great to see you keep the grind going. Hell yeah. Yeah, we don't stop till we're done, Whiskey. We don't stop. Steam is live for 5 minutes before I go to work. By the way, my job is President of Australia. Oh, well, good luck with it, my friend. Hope you have an excellent day. Awake, what's going on? Excuse me. But, who rated me last? Who rated me last? It was Biz, right? I believe. Yes, yes.
Come on.
Thank you for the follow. Today we count the kangaroos. Important work. Yeah, it was Biz. 100%. And it was a glorious raid, if I do say so myself. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, dirt. Gotta get that dirt. We leave tonight knows. Gotta get that dirt. Everybody knows. Gotta get that dirt. Make that grass. Oh shit, that's rocks. Can't count that high, Mickey. Glad someone's on it. You're writing a lot of documentation for artists now? Ooh, documentation. I'm no stranger to writing documentation. When I made websites for clients, sometimes they would be like, give us some documentation. And I'm like, all right, screenshots, tutorials. More grass. More grass. A few more patches. Just a couple of patches of grass. There will be dirt. Oh yes, there is always dirt. You're deleting your Steam accounts since you don't want to be distracted by them while making games. Well, you never know. Games could be, you know, a good resource for figuring out how they did certain things. Like just yesterday, I was pulling up, what did I do? I pulled up Crypt of the Necrodancer, Blasphemous, Enter the Gungeon, and I was assessing if they were, like, their sizing of pixels, if they were using any subpixel rendering. And every single game was like, they handled everything differently. It was weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's quite normal, I guess, but like everyone's doing their own thing. So you just got to find like the solutions that are like best suited to you. It's very interesting. But I get not wanting distractions. Spent so much money yesterday on your MMO, you're disgusted with yourself. You hate pay to win games. I agree. I think games should just, you should just pay for the game and you're good. It's dirt. We have dirt. Well, you wonder why everyone liked the new Marvel Rivals game? I don't know. It makes sense to me. I mean, it seems like it was like the Avengers game done right, basically. And there was like a lot of meme-oriented content, you know? People that, the ways that you can kind of goof off, all while being able to compete and jump around and do the stuff that people typically love. I mean, I can't say I know 100%, but I think the art style was really solid. The game, everything was really polished. I heard people describing it like it was like going to like a luxury hotel or something. Like everything was very, every aspect of the game was developed very tip-top. People like a well-executed game. And when you're playing a game that you can tell people didn't have passion for, it's like, then why should you enjoy it if they didn't enjoy making it, kind of thing. Yeah, Rivals does look good. Looks really good, looks really fun, and I think the memeable moments makes it easy for people to just spread the FOMO like wildfire. But it is crazy that, you know, we heard the latest thing in Marvel Rivals news, which is they fired or they laid off the director and like the dev team. So they like completely crushed it, made like a really massive game that everyone really loves, and then it's making tons of money, And the company who made it's like, all right, time to lay off the people. So everyone's pissed off right now at Marvel Rivals. But it's like so commonplace in AAA that as soon as a game is out and good, then, you know, they drop you. And probably just like cut it back to like a skeleton crew that can just handle updates and maintenance, and the like main production staff gets like totally thrown out. It's sad. What's up, Just Unloaded? Doing pretty good, man. Yeah, it does suck. So guys, I think I am going to raid soon. I'm happy with this grass. I like the vibe it's giving, and I need to finish it on the right side, but I'm feeling like I just want to take a break and chill, and start winding down. I probably just work on programming for the rest of the day. And then I'll be back on Friday to clean up. We got to clean up the meteor storm and finish up this grass. But made a really important, massive dent on the stuff that I wanted to work on. I think this grass is definitely going to have a lot more appeal than the old grass. This one feels more intentional, you know, and it makes me want to like take this philosophy all through the background, at least with the bushes. I'm thinking like I want to like solidify them more so there's less individual detail, so then just overall things just kind of simplify slightly. But yeah, little by little, background work tends to be gnarly. What have we got done so far? Just unloaded. Been working on this new dirt and grass look. And also redid the bark on the tree to be less of a gradient, more of just straight pixel art. And I think it's like looks chonkier and good. I like it this way. And didn't touch the meteor this stream just because we've been focused on the grass. But so come Friday, I'll be focused on that, you know. What's up, Rugs? How you doing? Game Dev, how you doing? If we're part of a production team, I think you drag ass on everything then. Well, that's the thing though, is if you're on like a AAA team and you're working on something like Marvel Rivals, you're working with an IP that you care about, and you're surrounded by like top talent. So you're going to want to work hard. You know, you're going to want to do a good job, and you're getting paid well, hopefully. But just to be laid off once the game is doing well feels bad. I mean, that's why I think like it's really rewarding as an indie dev to do it, but it's really hard to make a great game by yourself, you know? So it's like, if my game does well, I'm not going to lay myself off, you know, kind of a thing. Like, but this is my starter game. This is like the first C++ game I'm going to release, and I'm going to try to make it as fun as possible. But I don't think financially it's going to be like, you know, massive income or anything, but it's going to be a good start to my indie dev portfolio for sure. So, but I'm looking forward to not firing myself when my game does well. Like hopefully one of my games in the future. Not bad, just getting up and getting working. What about yourself? I'm doing pretty good, man. Last stream we focused on this meteor strike animation, and this stream it's been working on the grass, reworking the grass making it just look just chill, a little bit more less busy, you know, just have, and I think it really achieves that. It gives it a nice flavor. And yeah, like I feel like I'm returning to pixel art roots, though we still got to do the grass on the right side, so it's not fully there yet, but it feels good. I've like redone this background like a million times, but I'll tell you what, the grass I have never really redone. The only thing I ever really did was modify the coloring of it, but I kind of left the same textured old school style that I had the entire time. And I really like this approach better. I think I really struggled initially trying to do like a nice dirt. And now I'm like much more, I don't know. I think I've been doing pixel art long enough at this point while producing this game that I like am starting to get more comfortable about the style that I am established in, you know? So it's easier to kind of maintain that. But yeah, I think I'm going to raid soon. I think it's time to raid out, guys. Get raiding. Everything is coming together, looking really sick so far. Will there be more levels or a side scroll portion of the map? No, so there is going to be the 4 seasons, and this is springtime. And so we still got to do the summer, winter, and fall. And it doesn't help that I keep reworking spring here and there, but you know, I'm figuring this out as I go. And yeah, I think it takes time, a lot of time, to really establish what you're going to make your game look like. And for me, it's been like, there's things that are staying, but there's like other stuff that's like slowly getting rendered deeper into like my a more sturdy philosophy. It's slowly getting hammered out. That would be awesome. So new enemies will pop up per season. Yes, correct. Hopefully you'll get like a new enemy every few levels, basically. You'll also be earning like new cards, expanding upon your deck as you go, and so you're unlocking the new seasons, new cards, and new skill points for there's like going to be a skill tree. Yeah, so it's starting to almost come together and be cohesive. I just yesterday was playing around with a little bit of game balancing, and I made like a 10 wave level, and was like trying to figure that out. And I started having the mechanic where you're being dealt cards every like 15 seconds. You're dealt a card, basically. So it's like a speed deck building game. So like you're being handed cards as you play, with the potential of earning specials as you go as well. So additional cards. And so, yeah, man, is it a lot of work, but it feels like I'm getting close to the overall cohesive approach to the game. And yeah, it's crazy. Like right now, like my mission has been to get enough of the game built so that I can like put a trailer out. And I'm still kind of like reworking fundamental aspects of the game. So I'm glad I didn't even try to produce a trailer yet. I did a little bit, like I did like a short that was like a trailer that's on TikTok and on YouTube. And I like put sound effects into it and stuff like that. But we actually have to put sound effects into the game first and get like the main like functionality, you know, and I can't wait to put the game over into the game, because once you can actually lose, it's gonna like change the experience. Because I've been playing in God mode this whole time, so I have infinite money, I never die, and so like when you play a game where there's no consequences, it's hard to like understand what makes it fun. So I've been trying to make it fun in God mode, and so I'm like, once I put in like the actual consequences and make it so you have to like earn stuff as you go, it's like, it's gonna definitely enhance the experience. So you bet that's a way better feeling than being from a blank slate. Of course, still a long ways to go, but at least you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, like I'm starting to see like things that I'm like, yes, I want that to be like in the game. You know, like I like that. I don't want that to change any further. That's done basically. So it's like little pieces of the game are like starting to like, you know, get close to being like solidified. It's getting there. I remember when I started watching, and there's a lot of good stuff in since then. It's normal that things always feel temporary. It's a messaging process, and eventually it will lock in place. Yeah, like I am convinced that it's going to stop changing once I release the game. Once the game is released, that's it. I have to like commit to what it is. So I'm going to be changing it up until the day that it releases. Like 100%. Thank you for the thumbs up, Wishky. All right, guys. So I am going to return on Friday, and I'm going to raid out to someone that is making a farmer sim with guns, as they say. I believe we raided her before. Hopefully she'll be chilling for a while. And we're raiding on Twitch. On YouTube and on TikTok we'll just be ending once the raid goes through. But yeah. Take care. See you around. Rugs, it's so good to see you, man. It was great hanging with all you guys today. I really appreciate the follows, and Biz for the raid. I could tell you about AAA game stories where it feels in progress for quite a while, really close to the end, and suddenly it's done and everything makes sense. Yeah, like I feel like that's what's going to happen with my game. Once I have like all the elements together, it's going to start making more sense. And I can't wait to get to the point where I'm like tweaking things slightly to make them like more fun, instead of like where I'm at now, like I'm still kind of like reworking fundamental stuff, trying to like bring it all together. So yeah, I'm excited to get it to that point where it's like 80% there, and then that last 20% is like just like the refinement of it. I'm still in the 80% chunk where I'm just trying to get all the assets in there, get all the functionality in there in some form, and then it's like tightening the screws, like making things, making the code base stable, and making the game overall be a balanced and good experience. So yeah, I thought originally I was gonna have the cards deal like every 2 minutes, but then I was like playing the game and I was like, wow, 2 minutes, is it even gonna deal? Like, why is it so long? And I changed it to like 15 seconds, you get a card. Like, I'm like, already I need to card like every 15 seconds. Otherwise you're just sitting there feeling like, what the hell is going on? And when you get a card every 15 seconds, it already feels like you're kind of like, you know, waiting, and it's good. But that might change. It might go longer, but we'll see. Anyways, it's the first like speed card game that I've that all have experienced. I don't think I've played like a speed. Basically, it's live action. You're being dealt cards live, and you have to be like spending the cards as they come, or not, depending on like how you want to play it, and based on like the resources you have at the moment to actually play the cards. So it's like a different kind of card game experience, I think. So since I've never played a game like that, it's going to be interesting trying to make it. You know, like it's new for me, and I like trying to make that work, I think will be very interesting. But anyways, all right, let's do our end stream ritual here on Twitch. We play our final song and we say goodbye. It's that time of day, guys. It's that time of day where we're gonna go raid somebody, and hopefully she's only been on for 2 hours, so hopefully she'll be there for the long haul. But she's chill. We've raided her before. She's making a game. So let's go hang out, and I'll be back on Friday, and I will continue work on the meteor storm and on the grass. And there's not much to do left with the grass. It's coming along. But I'm really stoked with where it's at. And I can't wait to like implement it towards the rest of the background as well. So that's something we'll probably be working on as well. So pixel art, and I'll be continuing to program the card interface on my off days here. But as always, guys, I want to say thanks for watching. Have a good one. See you on the next stream. Thanks, Coden. Have a good week, guys. Stay warm. Do your laundry and then sit in a hot pile of clothes. Drink some tea. Take a hot shower. Maybe a bath. A hot bath. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side. Here we go. It's happening. See you later.